Friday, July 19, 7 o'clock my time. I'm awake, I'm here, but I'm half asleep. Nothing good happening on GameStop. The calls I had for today are going to expire worthless. So good thing I sold the one that I did and basically made a very tiny amount of profit between the one I sold and the ones that are expired today. That covered the loss at least, so it's all good. Let's see where we are here today. Again, another bounce right off that support level and staying within the trend of the close of the bar yesterday. So we'll see what happens today, but I'm thinking up. Have a first entry, looking for a second entry long. On the 60. Resistance here, support there. On the 15, not very helpful as usual. On the 5. Maybe I would say this. I've already reached that. Two-minute. Here's the 1 minute. So I think what I'm seeing is, looks like we had one leg up, 2 legs up, more than a measured move, and then 1 leg down, 2 legs down. That's the target for now. All right, so if I get a trade, it'll be on 11 and 12 to start with. it doesn't make a measured move, it goes farther in the other direction. And that fits my overall thesis for today, that we should be going up. Is my belief. Definitely like to see price get out of this area where all these levels are. Opening price, previous close. Get it out of that area. Interesting though that the 50 and the 200 SMA are very close together again. That's when it tends to be back and forth chop. So far, since I've been watching it. Low, first attempt lower. She makes the second attempt right now. Triggers. Not taking it into the previous day close and the 50 SMA. It's pretty stacked up too. So I'm not sure I'd want to take it along either on a failure. So sitting out of this. ETR is about 86 ticks. Maybe it does still want to come down here to that target. Looks like it's going through this low level. Let's see about this one. It's pulling back. Take this off. On the 5 minute, you can really see just chop back and forth. So now we've made 1, 2, 3 attempts to get down here. You can count this as just one attempt. 1, 2. Hopefully I can find maybe a couple setups today that I like and finish the week strong. much get a sense that the market doesn't know where it wants to go yet. New high here, first attempt up. Could be a second attempt here. I'm not looking for a long. Even if it triggered and failed at the bottom. Doesn't look like that's going to happen though. Might come up and trigger. But we're right between the previous close and the previous open, or the New York open, so kind of feels like a danger zone either way. That just triggered to the long side. It's also a first attempt short. Could be a second attempt short, but like close above the open, the New York open price. I gotta stay out. That's just part of my rules. Even though I like the short here, I gotta follow my rules and not trade into that level because it could act as support. Looks like it would have worked. Yeah, a little more than worked. 75 tick bar. These bars are deceiving. Still 88 tick ATR. So if this New York open price wasn't here, I'm pretty confident I would have taken that short, but can't do it when it goes against my rules. And that's just like a very objective rule, so it's black or white whether I'm going to let myself enter that or not. pretty solid level of support here. Still just seems like there's downward pressure. All the highs are getting lower. Seems like it really does want to get down to this target. How many times is it going to try before it gives up? Let's see. This is going to be the time. So it seems like it'll get there now. That's kind of like a case where it's not really a setup, but maybe I should be taking that, knowing I have a target. Perfect touch. Let's see what happens from there. This didn't play any role. So where are we headed? Just testing this area again, almost. Are we going to come out of this potential trend? I do wonder if I should be measuring this leg and this leg. So maybe that's what's going on here. Possibility. As far as this goes, we've got 2 legs down here. I'm not surprised we fell through here. So every high was getting lower. So, really no setups for me. There's just this one here that I liked, but it was to go short right into the open price. And just currently have that as a rule that I can't trade that. So, just waiting patiently. Looks like we are going to try to retest that low again. Maybe I should mark that on this chart so I can see it. So that measured move is right at that lows again. So that makes sense. That makes sense for us to get back down there according to that. So I am going to just keep doing what's been working for me, which is just stick around and wait for those certain particular setups that have just been consistent for me. And I'm not going to guess at anything else. This is just the way I have to trade until at least I get to payout. And then maybe I can open it up, but I need to get my money back from Apex. So I'm just going to trade really tight, and as long as it takes until I get 2 accounts to pay out. And then from there, we'll see what happens. But making $100 and something per trade and only taking 1 trade per day on each account, at best, means it's going to take me some time. Maybe I'll get lucky and have a couple of trades where I get some bigger wins. It's just much harder to do it when you're trading one contract. ATR is coming down a little bit, still 85 ticks. So these bars are all really large. Sounds like my daughter's having a bad dream. This chart's so deceiving. From the top here after market open to the bottom, 196 points. Doesn't look like 196 points from here to here, but it is. Just draw this just in case. So maybe if there's some kind of first attempt to go lower and then a pullback and a second attempt to go lower in this range, maybe I'll touch a Bollinger and give me a chance to go short. Still have a target down here. And here's the first attempt. It's just going to go, then I'm not going to get a setup. So just going down with no setup for me. The ATR is still very high. Take a look at the 2 minute here. I don't expect it to give me really any better information. Let's see. 1 minute is 87 ATR, and the 2 minute is 119 ATR ticks. It seems like we're just gonna come down. I'm gonna take a 2 minute break here. Just turn off my accounts to be safe. All right, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, I'm back here. Let's see. Get my account turned back on. All right, copying the 12. See, new low, first attempt short, second attempt short, failure. Right at the 50. Let me take this off. Still never got down to that measured move. It was pretty close. In 2 minutes, we got a new low with the first attempt lower. So second attempt lower here. Actually, no, it's a first attempt, second attempt, third attempt. All right. New hour here. It's very much looking like a range. So maybe that's how the day will just be. All of a sudden, some strength in the market. Just new setups. I've only seen one setup today that I could have even maybe considered, but it broke a rule, so I couldn't consider it. So just waiting to strike. Approaching the New York open price again. So at least some minor temporary resistance here. See how this plays out. Push through the open. Next stop will be the 200 in the previous day close, if that happens. Double top here. Not a whole lot to talk about in this market so far. Just no setups as usual for me lately. If I'm finding one I like during the day, it's a good day. So the opening price is definitely trying to place some resistance here. It's actually a second entry short. second attempt to go short on this bar engulfing. See where the spark closes. Maybe I'll consider it. The big bar, 100 ticks. I mean, I'm not supposed to trade off the 2-minute chart, but it's just the risk is too big. See, so I'd be concerned about it triggering and then the steep pullback. Right into the midline here. And 5 points ready. I mean, it's a good setup if the risk isn't so big. There it goes. One day maybe I'll consider trading on the 2-minute chart, but man, if the bar is my risk, it's 106 ticks. Obviously would have worked well. And this wasn't a setup on the 1-minute chart, but that bar is 76 ticks. Still big. And the ATR is down to 77 ticks now. So yeah, I mean, this looked pretty good on the 2-minute though. We had the touch on the outer Bollinger here, and the second attempt to go lower engulfing, that closed below the 50 SMA. It's like bouncing off the opening, New York Open, and it was detached from the top Bollinger here. It's a pretty good looking trade. I mean, the more I see these kinds of things happen on the 2-minute and work, then maybe I'll eventually be willing to take some of these trades, but I only just started looking at the 2-minute this week, so not ready to trade off of it yet. And finally hit this measured move. It's really struggled to get there, but maybe now it's finally ready. Where are we at on the daily? Yep. Test that support again. Let's see a first attempt to go higher here, maybe. Or not. Definitely not impressed with the price action today. I'll tell you that much. This was a very strong push through the midline of the Bollinger. So one thing I'd say is if I get some kind of short entry back towards the middle, I'd be looking for it. So finally have a first attempt higher. Another huge bar. So there's no entry here for me. This is just a first attempt lower after a first attempt higher. All right, so new high, first attempt longer, second attempt long, also be second attempt shorter if it fails. See what happens here. Definitely not doing what I was expecting. Because I had this big strong push down, I was looking for some kind of failure, second entry, second attempt lower off this middle. But no, it's not the setup. I mean, there's still a potential for a setup off the top Bollinger, but where this is not, it's not set up how I like it. right, so just a strong move up. It's kind of a weird moving market today. It's 2 legs up. Top Bollinger. It's not really a known level. Maybe over here, it's kind of resistance there from that. Right into the SMA, which I'm not comfortable trading into those yet. It looks like it would have already worked. Yeah, would have worked. Sometimes these SMAs are keeping me out of trades that it seems like a lot of times I can trade through them, but I've also seen times where they do act as support or resistance. So it was almost, if it wasn't for this SMA being right there, it would have been a setup I liked. Exactly measured move up. Second attempt down after a second attempt up. But also weird looking because I drew this range. I'm going to take it off. Maybe it would have been better if I had redrawn it. Yeah, if I had redrawn it there, it looks even better. Well, almost the setup I liked. It was the right idea. So I think I'm seeing things clearly. Give myself a little bit of credit. Just the 50 SMA is the one thing that kept me out of that. Where's my setup coming from? I have a feeling if it doesn't make it to the measured move on this push down, something tells me we're going to go the other way. Just, I have a little bit of a bias that we're going to bounce still here, but maybe that's wrong. So this range that I've marked out is 30 points. It doesn't look like 30 points there. It's deceiving. All right, so is he gonna get there this time? Would have been a nice trade. Liked everything about this short except for where this green SMA is. All right, so looks like we're gonna make a new low in the measured move. Previous day low. And then we'll see what happens from there. So still no trades today. If I could just erase this SMA from my chart, that would have been a trade for me. All right, measured move is reached, finally. Been looking for that for a while. Based off of this leg down, and measuring from the next high, we finally got there. So let's see if this thing wants to continue from there, or if this is a place to find the bottom and start working up. I mean, based on the daily, I still think it's entirely possible that this can find a bottom and move up, but I'm also seeing these Bollingers starting to go the opposite way, which maybe makes me think we're going to have more room to the bottom. We'll see. NQ is already down 150 points basically for the day. 0.75%. We've got this new low now, so it's possible this turns into a reversal here. Would have been a hell of a short. Not one bar has gone above a previous bar in that whole move. $100. Holy shit. He's got 100 points from there. One contract. To the bottom. $1,990. Let's say to the top of this where my stop would be right now. 1,455. 1,455. That'd be like near a payout. Except I would have made too much. And I need to keep trading to get under the 30% rule. Take a look at the two. First entry long. So go back below. So that's a second attempt higher here. Five. So just the first attempt up right now. First attempt down. Not really sure I want to keep looking for shorts here, but I'm also not ready to look for longs. Not feeling the price action. I don't need this anymore. Probably don't need this anymore either. Looks like it's going to make a second attempt higher from this high. Not quite. Suppose I could measure it from here, but I think that's already more than taken care of, yeah. So, skeptical of shorts, not ready for longs. I think what I'll do is take a break, go see my daughter before she goes to school. And then hopefully something shakes out and becomes a little bit more clear price action. I think that's the plan. So let's see, turn that on, turn this off, turn off my accounts while I walk away. Yeah, I'll be back in like 10 or 15 minutes. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Get my accounts back on, and let's hope for a setup. It looks like I may have just missed one, sort of. Let me see. Count 11 and 12. All right, so I was thinking we might see a reversal. That's what it looks like is happening here. And had a new low, first attempt lower. And did I go lower here? Yeah, second attempt lower. Failed. I don't think I would have taken that one. So, no, still no trade. I'm sure I wouldn't have taken it. Let's see though. Oh, still would have worked. Plenty of room to estimate actually. Maybe I would have. Hard to say in hindsight. Above the previous day's close. In context of what I was thinking, if for a reversal, maybe I would have. So, let's see, on the 2 minute, there hasn't even been one pullback yet. So I can give an idea of how far this can go. Can just keep going. Take these off, don't need those anymore. Just to see, are we above that? We were for a split second. Not really clear to me what I'm looking for here. I mean, is there some sort of Some sort of something like that. Maybe. So we either overshot it on the bottom, but if we didn't overshoot it, it's like a maybe. I hate trend channels, so I'm not going to put that on there. Just going to be aware of it in case there's a long setup. I was going to say, I think it looks like one leg up, so you would maybe think there'd be a second leg up, but hard to say at the moment. The ATR is finally coming down now, 63 ticks. Still high, but better than 80 or whatever it was for my style of trading. So first attempt higher here from the top. I don't know, maybe if it comes down here, it gives me a second attempt higher off the previous day low and the 50 in the bottom Bollinger. That might be something worth considering. This is just the first test of the midline of the Bollinger since it pushed up. Looks like it's just going to go through it though. So yeah, maybe something off the bottom here I'd consider. Thinking at that point, be looking for one leg up and then somewhere from down here for a second leg up. If it sits up here, I don't like it. Here's a second entry. It's just in the middle of nowhere. Would have worked. $37 tick bar, very small risk on a day like today. I really just wanted it to be a little bit lower down here. I would have taken that for sure. So that's a bummer. Again, just a setup, but not how I want it. Context was right, but the setup wasn't how I liked it. So potential target up here. Maybe a higher low if it comes back down here somewhere. So now I just want to be aware of this potential short-term resistance. This is still deceiving because from the top to the bottom of this range is still 36 points. Higher low engulfing. Not a lot of room there. Wasn't enough room for me to take that. I can be as patient as I have to be. I've got to have a setup I really like. So, second attempt to go short. Can be a failure here. Looks like the short's gonna be good though. Just another one of those days. I've seen that if I stay patient long enough, usually a setup does come that I like. Here's the failure of the second attempt lower. Definitely not going long there. Just looking like the true range is probably this. So far. Failure gonna work. That's why I'm not in it. It's that resistance. Lower high. It's just all stacked up now. Staying out of this mess. Kind of want to change what I say at the top and on my channel about what I'm doing here. So yeah, I'm documenting my journey, but I'm also like, how would I say it? Like evolving my trading strategy or developing. How about developing? Developing my trading strategy. I think that's more a better description of what I'm doing at this point. Yeah, my description on the title, I don't have evaluation counts anymore. It's just PA counts. So maybe I'll do that from now on. say it that way. All right, so the lower high did work too. Just wasn't completely clear to me. It was a 54 tick size risk, so better to stay out than be wrong. Try that. So let's see if it looks like close below there. One leg, two legs. So that kind of makes sense. So then what if this is a filled breakout to about there, and then it goes up? That. So this might be a trap of the shorts, but we'll see. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a trap that gets us to go up another leg. Didn't have the kind of firepower I was thinking it might have. It's basically two legs down here. You got one leg up. Definitely expecting another big leg up. That's how I see it. See if this 50 holds. If not, then I guess I'm completely wrong. Starting to think I'm wrong. I just decided to change it to say developing the strategy, because that's what my focus has really been lately. I've made a bunch of changes, and even though my entries are essentially the same as they've been for a long time, my indicators have changed pretty extensively, as well as being on the 1 minute chart and all that. So just so many changes I've made in the last couple months. So I really am still developing how and where I'm taking my entries based off of what I'm saying. If I and when I get entries. So they're few and far between lately. Just curious if I were to draw a trend. Yeah, I don't see any reason why I wouldn't still expect a retest of this high at the very least. I'm not going to get into drawing trends again, but yeah, I just don't buy that. Yeah, I'm going to take this off. This isn't helpful anymore. So I still just would expect to see a retest of this high at some point, at the very least. But I also forgot that I removed this. I mean, it's looking pretty legit, isn't it? It's looking pretty legit. It's hard to ignore that. Really hard to ignore that. It's not perfect because it doesn't get these, but it does get the first swing, and then it works perfectly after that. I really hate trend channels. So I feel like I could convince myself of any trend channel. You know, you can almost draw them anywhere and make them work. Like, why is this not an overshoot? But the midline doesn't fit as well that way. Midline fits better this way. Yeah, if I had that on, maybe I'd be more willing to have taken one of these trades for sure. I mean, it definitely makes sense for what the 200's doing now. We're downtrending. All right, I'm still going to remove it. I hate them. So I feel like they just give you such a black and white bias that you can't see other good opportunities because then you're just focusing on one thing. And you just have like a set of expectations based on those trend channels that for me, I feel like they don't help me. They usually end up hurting me. I wonder if I could just put it back though if I want it. Yeah. Oops. So I can just put it back if I want to. All right, I'm still here. Just talking to the wife for a second. So again, we're underneath yesterday's low. Still wouldn't be surprised for this market to find a way to power up and finish strong for the day. So nothing's been able to really keep this market down for a long time, and this is the biggest pullback we've had in some time. It's down here. The only thing is the Bollingers on the daily pointing out like this just really might mean that we're going to continue this. We'll see. Another strong push down. I just really want to see one of the setups that I've been liking lately. Just a strong push through the middle Bollinger. Comes back, gives me a second attempted entry of some kind, and go in the same direction. This might have been the best one of those, actually. Top Bollinger push pretty strongly through the middle. Looks like first entry, second entry attempt long, that fails. Go underneath. Was I here for that? I think that's when I was actually gone. I didn't even see that. That would have been a good trade. I wasn't here. I went to go see my daughter before school, so that's actually the closest thing to a good setup. I'm only seeing it in hindsight, so who knows what I would have been thinking. Did have a new low from this already, but that's essentially the setup I like. It's funny. What did I do? I walked away like minutes before that, or even, yeah, I think I walked away around here. So I must have walked away right before that happened. I wonder if it went up first and then triggered, or if it triggered, went up, and then came back down. I'll have to watch that in my stream later and play it back and see. Looks like we're gonna make another new low. Still at this point, it's not quite how I had it. Like that. Still a lot of room to get to the bottom of this, if that's legit. Days like today when I'm not seeing my setups, this makes me think, oh man, I could have stayed in bed. I'm still going to take this off. Every time I put it on there, I cringe. Just makes me feel like I'm going to not see things the way I want to see them. Couldn't quite make a new low yet from here. Gotta wonder about that. Double bottom. See what happens here. We get a new low or a retest and a triple test. Or just keep going. Looks like we're going to get our answer. All right. maybe now that we've gotten this new extreme, maybe we'll get that reversal I was looking for. What I'd really like to see here is just a strong push through this to set up the trade I like for a little bit later. I don't want it to hang around this midline of the Bollinger. I want it to just look like a really strong move through it. Check the 2 minute. Really nothing there for me. Five has this nice second entry short right here. Huge bar, 135 ticks. Just can't trade on those charts. Alright, so it's definitely not the kind of push through the middle what I would like. Let's put this back on for a second. See, so we didn't make it down to the bottom. It really should be up here. So we're around the midline of that trend channel. So I really just still don't have a clear read on what I think the context of the market is. So even at this point, I would think there'd be a second leg up from here. First leg, and from wherever, a second leg. But we are in a downtrend. right, down 1%, 200 points. It's starting to look pretty legitimate. I mean, I wonder if I find a different one like this. Aha. This is on the daily chart. This is looking a lot more interesting to me. Draw it like that. Still the same difference. You still expect to get back up here and retest it. Drawn that way. This looks much more legit than what I had before. Still though, we did have the one leg, two legs up with a little extra push, and that could be all she wrote before a bear market begins. I don't know. I'm not in the prediction business. I just want my scalps. Is there another way to draw this? Not really. Still, it's just not helpful. What a boring stream, boring day. I mean, I'm kind of surprised because there's some good movement in all of this. Just not getting my setups where I want them, or how I want them. So second attempt lower here, but a lot of support right there. I'm not going to take engulfing. I'm not going to take a short into this. One good trade. Can I get one good setup, please? I'm so patient. My discipline is good. Here's a failure. I got no context to take a failure to go long. Might work, but I don't see a reason to go long right now. Just a whole lot of nothing. Higher low. So how far did that failure go ultimately? About 8 points. Just again, really could be focusing and drawing this right now. So it's like there's a tight range and then there's the wider potential resistance and support above and below. I'm not good enough to figure out how to go long and win or short and win in all of this. Every time I've thought I'm good enough to trade in here, I've been proven otherwise. So this doesn't matter. Maybe I'll do this. Write it back out. Just in case. back down. Didn't reach that measured move. Lower high engulfing. It's just not the kind of setup I take. In hindsight, it looks pretty good, but it's just not what I usually look for. Potential second entry long here. Doesn't set up. Just shy of getting another new low. I think I would definitely have to have a new low before I'd even consider going long. Not even getting to the top, not getting to the bottom. I don't know. What does it all mean? I don't know. All right. This looks like about to trigger. Second attempt to the long side. Or no. Right now we just have an inside bar. So that does trigger here. Low 150. Thinking about it. Try this. No. Come on. Trapped myself. Come on, push down. Should have waited for the next bar. Engulfing. Engulfing always gets me. Push down. No. Move my stop to break even pretty quickly if it goes. Give me a chance. All right, it worked out. I had me a little bit on the edge here. Maybe I should have moved my target, but I felt like it was pretty dangerous going for the new low. So I'm happy with the 26 ticks. I mean, it's definitely a trade where this thing can really just keep going, but
I was really honestly nervous when this bar didn't even tick below. I really honestly should have waited until the next bar ticked below, but I was thinking if I wait for that, it's gonna go too quickly, and then I'm gonna miss the trade. So I entered it kind of on the early side. Knew it was dangerous. These bars were kind of stacking up a little bit, but I did really believe we would get a new low, and so my profit target was, I thought, in a good place. Get the new low in case it just gets it and bounces, but definitely won't be surprised if it moves a lot further. The reality though too is I was going to move my stop to break even +1, and you saw me moving it down. I mean, I moved it to break even, I moved it down, and it hit my target. So if I hadn't done that, this would have come back anyways on the next bar. And if I'd moved my profit target further out, this bar would have come back and hit my stop somewhere anyway. So I think I got the most I was going to get out of that. All right, so I was very patient. I don't think it was the best trade I could have taken, but it made sense to me. 11 and 12. I won't lie though, I was definitely nervous. Let's see, did I get the full 26 ticks? I believe I did, yeah. So for anyone that's been watching me a long time, you saw that I used to go for like 11 ticks at one point, and then I was going for like closer to 16 and trying to grab more with the auto moving stop. But now I try to get a standard of 26 is my scalp. All right, so let me update my stats. Glad my patience paid off to get at least one trade. Makes me 4-0 for the week. I like that. All right, and we can see it's pulling back already. So I definitely feel like I did the right thing. I think I played that as good as I could have played it. If I waited for the next bar, it was an inside bar, I would have then not entered at all and still had no trade. So I think I gave myself the best chance for a trade. The problem is taking this trade engulfing. It's like this thing could have engulfed and just come right back up, and I was putting my stop there. And there's no way I'm moving my stop to the previous swing because that's 30 something points. So it was definitely a more risky trade than I'm trying to take. But it was the one that fit the context the best and set up the best. And it felt like, it was a first attempt higher, a second attempt higher that was getting resisted by what was support becoming resistance. So room to the low of the day, room to the bottom Bollinger. The other thing too is it shot straight through the Bollinger. So this actually is very much the trade that I keep, like this is actually the trade, my favorite setup that I have with the Bollinger right now, where it shoots right through the midline of the Bollinger and gives me a opportunity to continue to go in the same direction. In this case being an attempt to go higher once, an attempt to go higher twice that fails, and I go in the same direction. So that is going to become kind of my signature trade. I can feel it. It's just like it keeps working. And the only time I've seen it not work is when I take it on an inside bar. So, but this is definitely the riskier version of it because it was this engulfing bar, like I said. All right. I'm going to turn my screen off real quick and just change accounts. I'm going to lock this profit in on these two accounts. So I'll go to account 13 and 14 next if I get another trade. I've only been finding one trade a day lately, so odds are I guess I won't find another trade, but if I do, 13 and 14 is going to be where it's at. All right, and finally back above 51,000 on account 11. I think I was at 51.4 previously, so I still got some work to do. This should be 22 days now, taking me a long time, 16 days. But all the accounts are in the positive, so that's good. Man, I really was nervous on that trade. For me to not be nervous on this trade when I take it engulfing, like I want to see this next bar just continue down right away. Like the fact that this became an inside bar really made me nervous. So, I'm just always thinking about this. Like, I made 252 between the two accounts. Like one day it'll be three accounts, and it'll be $400. And then one day it'll be, or not quite 400, but almost 400. And then one day it'll be four accounts, it'll be $500. And, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Like the first step will be scaling up with accounts at some point. And then maybe at some point too, contracts too. If I can get back into my old winning ways like I am this week, around 100%, start seeing that overall win rate start climbing up again, then maybe I can consider that, my confidence is back in the setups I'm taking, that I have a high probability of winning when I take a trade. That's where I want to be at. I want to know that when I take a trade, I'm like 90+% chance that I'm going to have a winning trade. I want to get that good. I really do. I don't necessarily need to be that quite good to be profitable at this point, but it'll be a lot easier if that's where I'm at. All right, another attempt at this, what was support being resistance. Yeah, this might just be how the day goes. It's a Friday. This support didn't work out. Doesn't look like this is going to hold. I thought it looked like we were bouncing on it yesterday, but today just looks like we're giving it up. And again, too, I mean, this is becoming a really large bar. This was huge. This was huge. This one's really dang. I mean, this looks like we haven't had one of these since here. It's definitely the steepest pullback we've had since this. like almost 1,400 points. What's this? Almost 1,300 points. So yeah, crazy. GameStop is just getting crushed. We're almost back at 25 now. Really makes me wish I sold all my calls for today at the same time on Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday morning. I would have at least made some decent profit. I'm just completely red on all my positions on that except for my shares. Sucks. I was up so many times on that and just didn't take my profits. I gotta treat my options like I treat scalping futures. It really would be great to get another trade today. These profits are locked in. These aren't going anywhere, no matter what, win or lose on the next trade. And it'd be really great to get a trade and a win for 13 and 14. It'd be my first trade on 14. I feel like that'd be a really great way to finish the week. It'd be 5-0 for the week. But I've got to be just as patient as I was for this trade for the next one. And I've got to have all the right reasons in place to take a trade. I mean, this one was questionable just because it was engulfing. I just really believed that if it failed below where the support was here, that it would get us the new low. So, I mean, it turned out to be good, but I was definitely feeling like, oh man, this could just reverse take me out so easily. This just shows me too, it's like, look how long I waited for a trade. I was here when I get started right around just before 7, all the way up here. Watched all this price action. There's a lot of good movement. I mean, you would think I would find a trade in all of that. I've basically been streaming for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I took like a 20-minute break. So out of 3 hours of watching this chart, just sitting here waiting. And then, finally, the waiting pays off. So it just shows me that, like, this is worth it to me, because at some point, this won't be just a $250 trade, the same exact thing. It'll be some kind of multiple of that. So as long as I can do this kind of trading and be really solid with the trades that I choose to take, I might have a chance. But I've got to be able to be like this good with my discipline, only taking trades like that have like the highest potential of winning in my eyes. We got to cancel my evals before. I think my evals renew in 3 days. I decided I don't want to pay any more fees right now to Apex. So I'm going to cancel them, and then that way I'm free of fees for Apex until I either get payouts and decide to do more evaluations, or if the unthinkable happens and I lose all these accounts and then I have to get more evaluations. But one way or the other, I am free of fees for the foreseeable near future. Just looking. So I'm currently into Apex for $3,162. So it's going to take 2 payouts for me to be slightly up. You know, if I could get 2 payouts, I'll be up $840 basically. And I won't be adding any more fees to this until that happens. And so that's basically where I'm at. It's like I need 2 payouts to be green. Not big green, just up $800. But if I can do that, then maybe at that point I'll be willing to try to expand, get more evals and get more PAs. But not until that point. All right, got a first attempt lower here. Time is at 10:30. I mean, if we're going to see a reversal for the day, you would think it would happen starting pretty soon here. But there's just no signs of that happening currently. Say if it gets over this, that'll be the first sign of maybe something like that happening, but it's also already a first attempt to go lower here. Right at the 50 SMA. A second. Attempt at a short here. Big's this bar? Pretty big, 60. Right off that same level. See. I was thinking about getting out of it. Uh-oh. Don't come out. There we go. Look at that, 2 trades. I got 2 trades in a single day. Who says I don't trade? Come on now. So you can see I'm like being very careful to move my stop and guarantee I don't get a loss at a certain point when price is moving. Obviously, I could play the game to go for more, but I liked where my profit target was because there is this potential level of support. And this can go all the way back down, but there is this potential level of support here and also the midline of the Bollinger. So I'm happy to just take it where I can get it. In this case, if it looked like there's just nowhere nearby where price could bounce like this, then I would probably start moving my profit target and trying to collect more. But even just a bounce like this, you saw how I was moving down my stop. So I'd likely have my stop somewhere, move my profit target, and this would come back and bounce me out, take my stop out, and I'd get even less than the 26 ticks. So that's my kind of thinking right there. So first trade on PA14. All right, so this is trade 2. PA 13 and 14. And that's the same, plus 26 ticks. All right. So a $500 day. That's more like it. Update my stats again here. So finally, a 2 trade day. And I've got a 5-0 week going here. So things are starting to look like, even on days where I'm having difficulty finding trades, if I can just stay patient, it pays off, you know. And these aren't big wins. I'm just getting 126 per account. It's not big, but this is like, this feels like the start of something for me. It feels like the beginning of my potential after all of this time. And I know I'm going to run into more tough days, you know, but I think if I can be this patient and this disciplined every single day and not guess at trades, but take trades based on objective reasons, I should do all right. And look at what this market's doing now, by the way. So this is exactly why I really had in mind to just accept my profit where I can get it. Because this is exactly the kind of bounce that I was concerned about. What I didn't want to do is put my profit target way out here and then end up getting, you know, less of a win. So, because, you know, in this particular case, I would have definitely got stopped out for less than 26 ticks if I try to go for more. All right. So I've got 2 trades in the books and it's 10:30. I'm kind of feeling good about things and I've got one more account to trade. So I'm going to go ahead and switch these accounts off again. I'm going to turn off my chart for a second here and switch accounts one more time and see if I could get a trade on 15. Might as well. And so I won't copy trade on this next trade if I get one. And so the idea is that, you know, no matter what I do, no matter what happens on these next on this next trade, this is 2 days. And this is 1 day. So no matter what I do on this next trade, these profits are going to be locked in. They're not going anywhere. And we'll see if I can get one on this last account. This resistance is still holding up. All right, so I feel like there's some progress. I know that anytime I've ever felt like I get really confident and like, oh yeah, I got this, like that's when the wheels have fallen off. So I'm not going to let myself get there. I'm just going to really do my best to keep doing what I've been doing, what's been working. Like the reason why I'm 5-0 this week is because I sit here all day not taking trades until I see something that to me looks like a 90% probability or better trade. And it means like passing up on so many other trades because there's a reason why they might not work or a reason why they might be a 70% trade instead of a 90% trade. So if I can really just lock it in like this, I really feel like I can do this every day, whether it's 1 trade, 2 trades, whatever it is, even if it's no trades. When I take a trade, I want to be at the point where when I take a trade, I could be really confident it's going to win. I'm not there, but that's what I'm working towards. I imagine my overall percentage is still 77 because there's just so many trades that it takes a number of trades to move the dial any on those now. Let's see, 276 plus 81. Yeah, still 77%. All right. Will this be the beginning, though, of some sort of reversal? If it's going to happen, I think it has to happen somewhat soon. So maybe one. Oh, that's not the one I wanted to grab. Maybe 1 leg, 2 legs as a first target. See, this was a case where that SMA kind of helped me make the decision to take the trade. And even then, I was a little bit hesitant to enter this trade. I didn't enter it till this bar. I know you can't see my marks now, but I saw it trigger. I was ready to enter the trade, but it went one tick and started going up. So I was like, okay, I'm not entering the trade unless it ticks below this bar or comes back down. So that's why I put my stop entry one tick below that bar, which was an extra tick under where it was supposed to be from the entry. But it looks like we're going for that measured move. Finally breaking above this resistance again. So it's been holding for past 40 minutes. Can not get back up here. Already at the top Bollinger, so maybe not. I like the way I entered this trade because so many times in the past I just put my stop order, my entry order in one tick below, and it does that one, goes one tick and then bounces up and takes me out of the trade. I've seen that so many times in my trading career that I like that I let this bar form and close before I was in the trade. So I figured at that point, even while this bar was still going, and I put my my entry below it, I figured if it comes back down during this bar, then I should be good. And if the bar closes but then still comes down, I should be good. Even then, both of these trades made me nervous because it just felt like maybe there was some kind of short trap coming, which it was. It just didn't happen till over here. So this feels like a really good way to finish the week. Hopefully by staying here and continuing to trade, I'm not gonna mess that up with a loss at the end here, but I'm gonna try to just do what I've been doing and just only take the trades where the context and everything lines up with the setup for a reason to take a trade. So I've seen this a number of times since putting these SMAs on, but when you have a long period of time where it stayed underneath, it tested it once, tested it twice, got a close above, and it's doing it right now. I was going to say, a lot of times once you get the first close above, it still ends up going below again. It looks like it's not reaching the measured move, which makes me think maybe we're still going to go lower, And then if I put on, oops, I guess I can't do that anymore. I have to redraw it. If I redraw that trend channel, let's see what that looks like now. So pretty interesting. Still can't get up to the top of that thing, which all seems bearish. It didn't seem as bearish when you can't get to the bottom either, but And this is why I don't like these big trend channels. I don't even like small trend channels, because it just paints a picture where it limits your ability to be creative with a trade. You know, like how would I have taken this trade with that bigger trend line or trend channel on, or this trade, especially this trade? How would I have taken that when we finally got, we couldn't get to the bottom here and we got above the midline? I think it would have been a much harder decision. So leave it off. If it goes through this, and let's see what it does. Yeah. And there's potentially this support here. Oh man, GameStop's down 75 cents, almost 3%. Man, I wish I just took my profits when I had them. All right, so this is off the table. The thing I could say is maybe I could say one leg. Which one's higher? One leg, two legs, like this. But I don't know. It's kind of hard to look at it like that. But we'll give it, since it's pushing up, we'll give it that target for now. Technically, there was a new high here, so there's a first attempt up, and here's the second attempt up. Not looking for long in that. Definitely not with this signal bar. And I'm not looking for a failure here either, so just sitting on my hands. Yeah, today's interesting because you see if I had done each trade, I took 2 trades. If I took each trade with 4 accounts, this would be double. It'd be $1,000 day. So that's the possibilities for the future. First, I gotta get the process right. I gotta get my trading right, To me, I want to be a sniper trader. I don't want to be firing off a machine gun and just entering and entering. I just want to pick and choose my spots. I'm willing to put in the time, I'm willing to put in the effort, I'm willing to have the patience, to have the discipline. I want to be at the point where I know when I take a trade, it's like the highest probability of a win possible. And I like what I'm doing where I'm protecting my trades too, moving the stop in place. At a certain point, it moves far enough to just make sure that no matter what happens, I can't lose. And that's going to eliminate losses too. It's going to eliminate some profits, but the losses are the biggest thing that with my style of trading, I have to overcome. And I think with my style of trading, I can largely overcome most losses. Definitely seems like we're making a move, like as if this is 1 leg and 2 legs. But this is also the way it's pushing up. It's real strong right through that Bollinger. Makes me think like, hey, maybe this will be one of those scenarios I look for where we have the really strong push through the Bollinger, and I can look for a second attempt one way or the other in the same direction for a long. But there's been a lot of downward pressure, so gotta be careful. I'm actually thinking about too, at some point, I'm hoping that these accounts can get staggered enough, like built up. Like if I can build this one up to like 52,000 and like this one, maybe we'll be at like 51,000 at that point. Like maybe if I'm at that point where I'm at like 52,000, 51,000, and I'm trading these separately still, maybe at some point when those balances are there on those first two accounts, maybe that's when I can add a third account on the copier and trade 3 at a time. Considering something like that. Or maybe I wait until I get to my first payout. This one gets to like 52,000 and then I do the 3 together at that point. I don't know. Just thoughts. Thoughts for the future. It's obviously not the most important thing right now. The most important thing to me right now is building this up and getting a payout. That's number 1 priority. Number 2 priority is building up the second account right behind it. And so I do like that I have the $1,000 staggered between them now, so that they should stay in lockstep with each other in that way. So hopefully a payout, followed by a payout, followed by a payout. And then once I've got those in place, I'm starting to add, go from 2 accounts being copied to 3 accounts being copied. Maybe at that point, start picking up some more evaluations, trying to pass more, get more PAs. Maybe I'm trading like 3 and 2, get another PA. Maybe I'll, at that point, be able to do 3 and 3. Who knows? Who knows how things play out. But all right, we got the measured move. ATR is still 60, which is historically pretty high on the 1 minute chart. Usually by this time of day, I see it down more like in the 40 ticks. Sometimes it's even down to 30 ticks. So 60 ticks is still elevated volatility. Again, I don't want to think too much about the payouts and balances. It's hard not to think about it, but I think when I'm just thinking about the process of why I'm taking a trade, when I take one, when I don't. If I lock that in like I have this week, then I'll get there anyway. Kind of want to wonder. Maybe I should say something about attempting to get my first payout on the screen. What if I do? What if I say, what if I say, Developing my trading strategy on apextraderfunding.com. Attempt getting my very first payout still. If I say something like that. I don't like how the exclamation points look. Attempt about to get. There we go. Now it's on the screen in case I have another visitor like I had yesterday that says anything about how many payouts or whatever. It's very clear. I do not have a payout yet. Man, another new low on the day for GameStop. Jeez. This week really didn't turn out the way I was hoping for.
right, so new low, first attempt lower, second attempt lower, but no setup for me. Can't go long, can't go short. So that is a failure of the second attempt lower, but I guess actually it's also a new high, first entry, first attempt long, second attempt long. It's actually, if it wasn't so close to the Bollinger here, maybe I could consider that for a long, but considering I have a measured move. But we already had a new high of this one, so, and new high of this one, so looks like it's gonna work. I wasn't considering this. How big was this? 53. It's bigger than it looks. But to me, this isn't, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not quite what I'm looking for. Also because it's right, I mean, look at that, it's going right into this resistance. So there's no way I could think about taking that the way I trade. Just out of curiosity, how far did it go above here? Pretty good, 13 points.
So is it going to come up short of the measured move here? It was kind of like one leg, two legs with a third leg, so hard to say. I really don't have much of a read on this. I wonder, can I put, yeah, if I put this back on, see what this looks like now. All right, so yeah, so we're at the top, broke out a little bit. Interesting. Never did make it all the way back down there. So, but the fact that this is like the first break, in theory, you should still be coming back down. So that's what I'll be keeping in mind. But I'm not going to let it dictate how I trade. I forgot. I got to feed the dogs and take them out. I totally forgot. I got so hyped on my win, which was around the time I was going to think about going and taking care of that. And I need to go do that. So I've got my 2 wins. I'm going to go feed them and take them out. Probably takes me about 15-20 minutes, and then I'll come back. Completely forgot when I picked up that second trade. All right, so let's do this. Let me turn off my screen for a second and put it on sim so that nothing weird happens while I'm away. All right. Let's do a save as well. Does look like we're going to get to that measured move after all. All right, I'll be back in 15 to 20 minutes. All right, and I'm back. What we got going on now? We turn my screen off real quick and turn my account back on. Be looking to trade account 15 only next. If I do find a trade. Got 2 on the day, so that's pretty good for me. I haven't had 2 in a day in a while. Or at least, 2 winners with no losers. I think it's been a while since I've had a day like that, so it's a good sign. Good way to finish the week if that's the end of the week. Have a first attempt up and a second attempt up right now, actually, with a strong push through the Bollinger underneath the 50 SMA again. So this is a situation where I may want to consider a short if it fails. I don't want to go higher than this this wick though. It's the low here. The 3. Doesn't look like it's going to set up the way I want it to for failure. So I don't want to do it underneath a bullish bar. Do I want to do it engulfing is the question. Oh, so tempted, and just engulfing is not really what I want to do. So I'll wait for the next. I'll wait for this bar to close, and see if there's a way in on the next bar. If it's not too low. I'm doing here. It's not really. I mean, this is the setup, but I don't like that it's a bullish bar, and then it's probably going to work though. I don't know. Do I want to do it? Yeah, missed it. Yeah, I felt like I already got lucky earlier today with the engulfing bar I did take. It's the same exact setup, actually. This one actually looks a little bit better in a way because it's closer to the midline of the Bollinger. But I'm really happy with my day already, so the only way I want to take another trade is if it's like a perfect setup. This one wasn't quite perfect. I did like that it was at the resistance of the 50 SMA. I mean, I definitely would have got out with some kind of profit, or at least break even plus something, but it still hasn't gone for my total profit yet. I think that was a good trade. Probably should have taken it. If I took it engulfing, yeah, it would have worked for the full thing. But that's the idea. I mean, it's literally the same trade. I see these happening all the time. Yesterday I was seeing them for longs. Today I'm seeing them for shorts. So this one looked a little bit different than what I've been seeing since I put these Bollingers on, but it's the same idea and it still worked, and it's fully supported by the SMA there. being resistance. So just gotta, again, lock that in my brain. And look at that. I could have easily had a third trade and all of my accounts traded for the day. Probably kicking myself a little bit that I didn't take it. But also, I just sat back down and hadn't really considered a whole lot. So I didn't want to be too kind of sporadic about taking a trade, or to, take it too impulsively. That would have been a real nice one. Right here. This one. So now after the engulfing, I've just been burned by engulfing so many times, but look at that, it's gone about 17 points. Had the measured move up. And, could definitely argue. See, I didn't have time to think about all this, but one leg down, two legs down. Which brings you back down to the lows of the day. It's a good trade. There will be a point where I take these every time. There will absolutely come a point where I get so confident in this exact setup, same exact one as this one, that I'll just start taking them every single time. I mean, this one looked better than this one. This one had, 3 bars stacking up with the engulfing. This one was just one single bar. And this one had the resistance of the 50. This one just had the resistance of one pivot point, one support level. So I actually like this one way better. And I didn't have time to draw this either, but if I was looking at this, that supports it even more. Tried to go up once, got rejected there, this previous support. Tried to do it again, got rejected again, right where I wanted to enter. So yeah, I just wasn't prepared to take the trade, really. It's the reality. If I had been here and was seeing all of this, not just in hindsight, then I think that's a pretty easy trade to take. That's probably the only other one that I've really liked that I didn't take today. Otherwise, the ones I've liked, I absolutely took them. Let's see. Just marking that as one I skipped that I liked. Man, GameStop, lows of the day again, under 25. What the hell? Everything's red, just about. Everything I watch. There's a few things that aren't, but most things are. Maybe give it another 25 minutes or so and then call it a day. I'm already happy with my day, so if I can get a third trade for this last account, that'd be great. Had a chance right now, but this goes to show I'm willing to skip trades if I'm not 100%. I say that I wasn't 100% over here, and I wasn't 100% over here until after this bar. Even then, I was like really bringing my stop tight just to make sure I didn't end up with a loser. I had a chance here to get in. I hesitated a fraction of a second too long. I mean, I did drop my order in there. So, yeah. If I was a little less hesitant, I would have had my third trade. And when I'm thinking about this, I'm remembering that, what was it? When I had this trend channel drawn. Yeah, we had the break, and then I was saying we could maybe expect it to come back and go for the low again. Which is what it appears to be doing, which is what this trade was supported. So maybe if I even had that in mind as well, that would have been another reason to take this trade right here. Just remembering. Because you do expect if, you know, a breakout of a trend channel like this, you do expect it to come back and test the bottom again. So, all interesting stuff. Here comes the measured move. Low of the day. Give it another 15, 20 minutes. And then time to pat myself on the back and say good week and enjoy the weekend. Get some rest. Clear your mind. Come back for another strong week next week. And who knows, maybe I get lucky next 20 minutes. I see a really good setup, but odds are not. I think this was probably the best opportunity I'm gonna have been able to have had at the end of the day here. The more I think about this one in hindsight, like the better it looks to me. I think if I had gone back from taking care of the dogs just a little bit earlier, I might have been able to have enough of the contextual reasons in mind, enough to actually commit to that trade quicker. So I tried to get in, but I really hesitated and waited too long. Measure move, potential support. Well, I'm happy with the 5-0 week. 5-0 week's pretty good. Yeah, considering there were big chunks of time that I wasn't able to trade this week. I mean, I missed like an hour and a half on. I probably missed at least an hour and a half of trading on each of 3 days this week. So to still get on average one a day isn't bad. And to finish up the week strong with 2 trades, almost a third, all winners. The key will be for me is try to repeat this next week. You know, if I can go 5-0 again next week, then I'll feel like, okay, maybe I'm turning a page or more. Or, you know, even if I was like a 9-1 week, now I'm getting ahead of myself. Honestly, even if it was like a 3-0 week or a 4-0 week, if I can kind of string together a few weeks in a row where I can do, you know, 5-0, 3-0, maybe 4-0, even if it's 2-0, you know, it'll really build my confidence that when I'm taking the trade, I'm likely to win. That's where I want to be. I think I can do that. It's always like where your head is mentally on each given day and at each given time period. You know, there's days where, I mean, look at this. I sat through this market. When did I start? It started maybe just before 7, something like that. I sat through all of this market with no trades, and I didn't let it get to me. It's like, all right, just literally didn't see any setup come to me where I wanted it, how I wanted it, with the context of what I wanted. Just a couple of things that were kind of close, but not really what I wanted. And it paid off, you know. 2 trades, 2-0. Definitely, I think my first trade was a bit risky because of the engulfing. It's just the same thing here. And it's funny, you know, when I'm protecting a good day by over here, I stayed out of it. But when I was still looking for the best trade I could look for, this was the best trade at the time, and I took it. This trade was a lot easier to take, but still had some things that weren't perfect about it. And I was lucky I got out with a full win instead of like break even plus a couple ticks. And then this one too. If I snuck in at the end, I probably would have been able to pull out a full win. But, you know, on another day, I could sit through this and just get frustrated and be like, I just want to trade. I just want to trade, not finding anything, not finding anything. And then finding a trade that's like almost as good as this, but less good even, and still taking it. And it turns into a loser because it had multiple problems with it. So it just depends on the day and the time and what's going on in my head, how I'm feeling. Trading is bizarre. It's like, for how good your strategy is, you know, sometimes you just feel like, I'm going to take this setup. It's not even a setup I like, but I'm going to take it anyway. And those end up being, you know, really bad trades, really bad for your accounts. It's happened to me so many times where I just like take a setup I'm not even comfortable taking. I just take it because it was there. Don't even know why I'm going long or short at that given time. Just get conned into it. All right, give it 10 more minutes. I'd be really surprised if I see another trade I like in the next 10 minutes. But I also really like the idea of like finishing the week strong. Finally had a 2 trade day. Both were winners, and head into the weekend just feeling good, confident, you know, feeling like I'm doing the right things I need to do, and feeling like I can just be happy with my week. It's not like a big profitable week, but it was a profitable week, and it was me sticking to my trade plan. So I could feel good about that. And then really, I think the key for me is I really like to go into the weekend feeling good, feeling, you know, there's nothing worse than getting a loss right before you're done for the weekend, where you have to wait all weekend thinking about it before you get another chance. So this late in the day, I definitely don't want to possibly finish making a mistake. And that's what kept me out of this trade. It felt like potentially a mistake to take that trade. It would be really surprising not to get the new low here. But if we don't get to this measured move and we take out this high, like this could be a weird reversal at the end of the day. Like one of those weird things that we've seen so many times. Because there is this potential support, and this thing might want to get back up there and set up a potential long for the beginning of next week. So still not ready to bet against this market even after this major pullback. Even though, ironically, both of my trades were shorts today. Not ironic, though, because it was a downtrending day, but still. I mean, here we go. Another time pushed really strongly through the midline of the Bollinger. It's looking like one leg up after we've basically done 2 legs down. Couldn't even reach the measured move. We might see a really strong reversal here. We'll see. I really wouldn't be surprised. Got a new low, so this will be the first attempt lower, potentially. There it is. Just gonna do this just to see it in case something forms. So if I see a good opportunity, I'll still take it. just has to be like a really solid setup. And we do have the 200 here to contend with, which you can see after the open of the day in the regular hours, it was above and below. Went below, got above, went below, got above, went below, got above, went below, got resisted, and then never made it back to the 200. So this is the first time really resisted again, but first close above it. So, you know, almost expect another close above it. And then the question is whether it can actually stay above it and keep going, or it seems like when it gets these closes above these SMAs, it always goes back under. And then the second time it goes back under again. And then if it gets back up above it again, then maybe it can go. That's what I've observed so far. I haven't had these things on my chart very long. These SMAs have only been here for the past week. I don't even know if it's been a full week yet. Did I put it on Monday or Friday? I don't remember. All right, there's a first entry short, potential second attempt short, but I'm not looking for short right now because of the way it pushed strongly through the middle of the Bollinger. All right, and it didn't even give a good signal bar for short anyway, but here's where I'm a little bit of two minds, because if I'm drawing the trend line, you got a break and a new high already. So if this were to come back down and make a second attempt to fail, I'm not sure how I'd feel about it. Doesn't look like it's going to give that opportunity anyway. It's already making another new high. Also, the 200 is still there, so I'm not going long into the SMAs. Like, I'm not going long into any of those levels. So this is probably an area where I'm not going to take a trade. I'm really looking at it, even if it does give me the setup, like the setup that I took over here, but going long instead. I think there was one I skipped earlier. It was going into one of the SMAs. This one is going right into the 50 SMA to go short, and I skipped this. Like everything else about it, except that was like I had to go short right into that SMA, and currently that's a rule for me not to do. At some point I might change that rule, but so if that kind of happens again, I would have to skip it. I feel like I'm being really good about following my rules, which is, I think, always a good thing. You know, whether it works or not, I can look at a trade work and know that, oh, well, I followed my current rules for that setup, and that's why I skipped the trade. And I can see it work anyway and go, well, I had a very objective reason to not take the trade. All right, so still here, I'm not going to take a short and going into the 50. I'm also not going to take it because it blasted through the middle of the Bollinger. So those are two things against it. The thing I do like about it is it's detached from the top Bollinger. I guess that's the only thing I really like about it, because this is all, to me, screaming it's going long. I feel like one leg up, two legs up. So I don't know if it's even gonna pull back a second time before it gets there, but that's kind of my target right now. But we've seen targets not get hit before, so. But when the target doesn't get hit on one side, a lot of times it's because it's going much further in the other direction. So. And if it was going to set up a second attempt to go short, this would be where it would be at the 200, I would think. But I have a suspicion it's going to want to close above it because it closed above it here. All right, so close above. Does it get resisted again with just a shallow close above and pull back down, or can it keep going this time? It's really trying to be resistance again. It's going to set up potentially engulfing second attempt to go short. Definitely not taking engulfing here. There's too many things telling me that we're going higher. It's not setting up a good short bar anyway. It's going to go anyway. Very interesting. I mean, if it pulled back down and went, I might have had to consider taking that, but it's just going anyway without doing it. So it'd be great if I could figure out a way to just get in on trades like this when I'm reading a market like this, but it's all speculation. You know, I think something's happening, but I don't really have a reason to like actually enter a trade. It ended up working out this time, but I didn't have like a catalyst to say get in at some certain point. Yeah, so we reached the measured move. Looks like basically to the tick. Yeah, if I actually move this down slightly. Basically to the tick right now. It'd be interesting if it sets up attempt to go short, attempt to go lower off the measured move, but I'm not going short after the strength of this from here. No matter how good a signal bar might have looked, but look, it's just still going. This thing looks wrong. I'm telling you, this might just reverse all the way. I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised if this finishes off being like a what do they call those bars? You know, just a bullish bar. But we'll see. All right, it's 12. I'm gonna call it. Here, let me see. Let me do a quick review. Let me turn this off and just put on my first account that I traded. All right. So quick review at the end of the day. Kind of gone over it a couple times already, but yeah, I started off at around 7. Just a lot of price movement, but just wasn't seeing anything I quite liked. The one trade I really liked everything, and just talked about this not too long ago. I liked everything about this. There's a new low. See, how was I looking at it? Yeah, new low here. First entry attempt to go lower, and a second attempt to go lower. So this was a second entry here to go short. Had kind of like right at resistance, and we had the strong push down. So I was thinking short because we had the strong push down through the middle Bollinger. And the only thing I didn't like about this trade was it was going right into this 50 SMA. So I decided to skip it. It would have worked, and worked beautifully. I mean, this thing just went like, it literally went 100 points before there was a single candle that ticked above a previous candle. So could have easily locked in, 90 something points just by trailing candles, which very unlikely that I would have done that if I was in that trade. But here's where the first time it ticked above a previous candle, 78 points. So there's that. I skipped it. I didn't see anything else. I took a little break around 8:35 or 8:40, something like that, to see my daughter before she went to school. I think there was a new low here. There was a first attempt lower and a second attempt lower after it strongly moved up. But this one actually got hung up at the midline before it strongly moved up. So I think I wouldn't have taken this no matter what. It's also like right into the top Bollingers. So my first trade was really sitting through all that and just being patient. And for me, the big thing here was the new high. We had gone right through the 50 at that point. So this was kind of like a first test of the 50. I had, a bigger downtrend in mind, somewhat. And first attempt long, second attempt long here. It's hard to see. So this was a first attempt long, a second attempt long over this bar. And I entered it actually engulfing when it came back down below here. I was a little nervous, or honestly a lot nervous about this trade because I don't like taking engulfing. A lot of my losses come on engulfing bar entries. Probably the better decision would have been to wait. But I had a good instinct for believing that we should get a new low from this low at that point. And so that's why I wanted to enter it, because I felt like maybe it'll just go straight to it. I didn't want to miss it. And also this was one of those scenarios where it went straight through the middle of the Bollinger. So I'm looking for those times where it goes straight through without getting hung up around the middle, and looking for either a second entry for a long or for a short that fails, or a second entry short. In this case, it was a first attempt, second attempt long that failed. Got in, was very nervous, especially when this next bar didn't tick under right away. And then trailed my stop really tight and got my 26 tick profit target. Take profit, whatever you want to call it. And I just decided to leave my profit right where it was because I was looking for a new low, and that's all I was looking for. So to me, it was like it could reach a new low and then bounce up for all I knew. So I was really happy with the 26 ticks there. And then this one was a little bit more straightforward. Let me switch accounts again so we can see the marks. All right, so this one's a little bit more straightforward. Oh, the other thing I should mention about the first trade, there's so many things to think about, but there was this support level here. And so what I liked about it too was that it tried to go long above it and failed below it. So that was another reason it was like failing at a known key area. And that same key area played into this here because extending it out, again, it was, support, then it became resistance, resistance, resistance. And where this trade was resistance again. And it lined up with top 2 deviation, standard 2 deviation Bollinger. And it was from the low, a first attempt shorter and a second attempt shorter. And this one, I had good patience because I didn't just enter it right away. The second it ticked below, it's hard to see, but it ticked below here by 1 tick. And so I waited for this bar. And as this bar was still coming to a close, I put my order in 1 tick below that bar. I figured if it ticked back below the low of this bar, that it should work, at least to the midline. And that's what happened. And then, again, I was happy to take my profit here because I felt like we already had a new low. Maybe we're not looking for a new low anymore. And maybe a second entry short was going to fail, which it did. And so if it's going to fail, it's probably going to fail at the midline. There was also this level of potential support right here. There's a perfect bounce off of it after I was out of the trade. So I was happy to take my 26 ticks, even though I could have ultimately got, another 6.5 points. So I took 6.5 points. I could have doubled it. But I'm happy to take that trade because really this middle level really could just bounce and not get that far. Also, what I probably would have done is just with my trailing stop, if I moved it, maybe it doesn't hit my profit target. Maybe I move it even lower and then it would have bounced back up and taken me out for potentially less than 26 ticks. So that was my 2 trades. And then just recently I've talked about potential third trade I could have had. Look at this, we're higher than the measured move. But again, sharp move through the Bollinger middle, first attempt, second attempt. It's really just like my first trade, engulfing. Really wanted to take it, tried to put my order in a little bit late after this bar closed while this bar was still doing its thing. Just dropped my order in slightly too late, a little too hesitant, but that was also a really good trade. And that thing went just from here to the lows here, 20 points. So those are my trades. Those were the possibilities. And don't see anything I would do here. Just out of curiosity, maybe you have like a trend here, take a second entry long, but I don't know. I think that's pretty dangerous at this point. I personally wouldn't take this trade for long, but it is over previous day's low, and it's not a bad trade. Probably works. Worked for at least 5 points already. I think my hesitation is this going to be resistance? So it's not a lot of room. All right, I think that's it for me. Call it a day. Have a good weekend. Hope you had a good trading day. Thanks for coming by. Hope you'll like and subscribe if you've watched this far, either now or later. And obviously the 80% discount is going on through the end of the month. So I definitely don't recommend using the code right now. Wait till Sunday or Monday, so you have as many days as possible for your month-long evaluation. Don't waste it getting it now and not be able to trade tomorrow, right? It's a waste of a day. So at least wait till Sunday or Monday. That's what I always would recommend. Look, there was some resistance there. So while you could have squeezed out 5 points maybe, or, for me, probably break even plus some amount. Could be a higher low here. But yeah, that's why I stay out of these kinds of trades. All right, $504 total amount today down there between all 4 accounts that I traded. 126 on each, and one trade on 2 sets of 2 accounts being copy traded. So that's the day. 276 wins and 81 losses overall, 77%. But I really like the week here. 5-0, 100%. That's the goal and the aim for how I want to trade as I move forward. All right. I've said it all. Have a good weekend. And I'll be back Monday. Sometime shortly after market open. So anywhere between 15 minutes after market open to maybe a half hour after market open. Mondays are always really hard to wake up, so we'll see. And then Mondays I always have to take my daughter to school. So probably trade for an hour and a half or so, and then take her to school. Be back a half hour later, trade again. So yeah, putting in later trading days. Hopefully I won't have to stick around this late every day, but while I'm trying to lock it in, this is what I'm doing. All right, I'm out of here.